Sup, people? How is it going? So, I'm just going to be doing some streaming for today. Didn't decide to have my camera on. Kind of wanted to show off my little talking man there on the top right, so you can see. Took a little bit of time to get that to work right whenever I talk. So, but yeah. So, what am I drawing today? So, you might see some familiar characters looking here. I'm going to be doing a print for Anime NYC, and it's going to be a Green Ranger print. This drawing is ancient as hell. I think I drew it like in 2012 or something like that for some sort of just because it was just a print idea that I just had, and yeah, I just never got to it. So I'm actually got a little time to work on some stuff, so I'm gonna see how many streams it's gonna take me to do that, and yeah, good stuff. Please let me know if the music is too loud. I don't think it's too loud because I can hear it, so maybe I'm getting over pushed by it or something. Maybe turn it a little lower just to have it there, But yeah, I can actually hear the music if you know how loud it sounds. But yeah, so that's it right now. I'm just gonna sit here and right here I pulled up a 3D model. It's an OBJ file, so I can move them around and stuff. You can see them moving. Because it's really difficult to find good reference of the Dragon Zord that's not blurry or whatever. So I found a 3D model online and just imported it into Clip Studio. And I guess I'll show you the different layers. So this is the Green Ranger himself. This is the background layers, and this is all the other stuff. And my little rule of thirds setup. So yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Drop them in the chat. I have it all set up so I can see it. If you guys are watching on Twitter, probably can't see what you're saying because there's no chat service on Twitter, but on YouTube and YouTube and Twitch you can do that. And also if you ever want to follow me and you're coming onto the stream, please feel free. I'm at E-Mann Land, EMANNLAND. So the music that you're hearing currently is actually created by my cousin, Adam. If you're a fan of the Throwdown show, it's on there. He's on the show. We're a multi-talented family. I do art, he does music, and we have other cousins that do music and all kinds of other things. So. Yep. So. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing how I got this thing to work, but the way it's set up is that it looks at, it essentially analyzes it works with the sound thing on this. So I just overlaid an image of an open mouth, so anytime I talk, it just pops open. I also have a video mode too, but you can't see that. I didn't feel like turning it on right now. I find that Power Ranger helmets can be really difficult to draw. Let's do a little cheat here. The program I'm using right now is Clip Studio Paint. I'm using the symmetry brush right now, symmetry ruler right now. What I'll do is after I'm done with this is that I'll take it in and usually I don't use the symmetry brush when I'm the symmetry tool when I'm actually inking, so that there's just a slight you call it asymmetry between the two different sides. But initially, sometimes what I'll do is I'll just use the symmetry brush just to get both sides done up real quick, and then after that, come in later and ink it differently. This helmet might take me a while. Who knows? Specific shape these things have. Once you get it right, then it works out. Right now it's like a little small. I might pull up an official reference just so I can have it. Hold on for a sec. Cats are going crazy. Seems too small. Hmm. Alrighty. Getting there. It's getting there. Also, yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Though I'm sure not many of you are watching right now. symmetry ruler makes things a lot easier. I think in the future I might add the Twitch link or something to it, just in case anybody wants to watch it on Twitch or on YouTube, but we'll see. I should turn on the time lapse. One thing I do notice is like different people, different sculpts and stuff seem to portray this helmet quite a bit different each time. Like I noticed that like this one, it's like a very small mouth hole, or like, you know, not hole, but like mask area. And then yeah, it always seems a bit smaller, and I kind of like the with the smaller mask hole, like mouth area, a little bit better than the some of them draw, like some of them was like that. It's sort of widened out. It's a little something for me here. I think that's looking pretty close. Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't realize why that thing is so light, but oh well. Definitely helps. It's such a specific shape. Thanks, Various. I am on the Twitch and the YouTube. I figured this time around, granted, like I don't usually, I usually stream on the main Throwdown network, but this is not game related, so officially, it doesn't have a home on our Throwdown channel. So I bumped up my little stream image stream system here, and so now and I'm going through my YouTube and my Twitch channel. Let's see. For a sec, I'm just doing one quick thing, just to get all this stuff together. Really, your audio settings were messed up? All good now. Yeah, it's hard. Sometimes the Twitch, getting OBS to do certain things can be a little weird. But I spent a good amount of time just messing around with stuff to try to get it as cool as getting working as good as possible. There's still some things that I'm trying to figure out with it. Just drawing some ranger masks. I think that's the one thing about these is just they're difficult to draw because there's a specific shape to them that doesn't seem to, when it's not done right, it doesn't capture it. So I think the biggest part for me is just getting this to look right to my eye. I'm gonna probably redraw this helmet like 1,000 times before I think it looks right. Yeah, I just feel like and even like the people that do the illustrations of it, they get it only slightly right. But yeah, like it just doesn't look right to me. I think there's a couple of things that need to be adjusted. I always thought it was interesting that they did their mouths on their masks have mouths on them, but they don't move. They just sort of have a face there. You like my little loop? I'm just hoping it doesn't get too annoying. I mean, it's the only solution I could sort of come up with that kind of goes with that could work with, that works, because I've gotten plenty of times where I've gotten copyright strikes on the stuff that I've done. So it's always sort of acted a little silly. Like you put on any music and then it just instantly gets hit by something. I get it. People want to make their money off their music. They don't like things being rebroadcasted and things like that. And then usually they'll throw a little strike on you, or they'll throw like a sharing deal on you, where you have to share the revenue, which is fine. They can take whatever money they want. It's not like I'm making any money off this stuff anyways. Maybe now it feels too thin. I mean, too fat. Feels okay. What's up?
About to make dinner.
Yay, dinner. It already smells like dinner, though. It already smells like dinner.
I'm not cooking on it.
Well, I guess we're getting the smells from some other apartment, huh? See, look, its mouth moves.
Yeah, where?
See? The mouth moves.
Oh. Hey, look. Yeah, I did it. What I thought. Oh.
It's a cheesy, sneaky trick that I did.
That's alright.
Pretty much works the way this thing works here, because this is the music. On the left side, you see the little thing going to the music.
Mm-hmm.
So I have it set to my microphone, and I overlaid an image on it. So whenever the thing jumps up, it covers over it.
Oh.
Hee
Doing things.
hee hee.
Ooh. I'm gonna make some chili.
Chili time.
Yeah. I'm just taking a break from work.
Okay.
So I can do it.
Do that. Thank you. Yeah, the you're a chaotic fan. Hee hee hee. Yep. That was the thing. We did that for I can't remember how long it was, but we did that in conjunction with at around the same time we were doing Ninja Turtles. It's, it was a lot of in-house people doing the cards, as well as people who were hired from the they were hired freelance. But for the most part, the initial designs of the original designs, a lot of the characters were all done by Kari Randolph, my longtime partner in crime in the arts. thick, but we'll fix that when it's. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe I want it to be a little more, a little downward looking. That's the one thing about these masks, though. Well, most of as far as staying in touch with a lot of the artists, I mean, most of the people that were on the in-house team, I sort of stayed in touch with. So that's all of our former TMNT folks, and we still talk to. I still talk to a lot of the. I mean, because a lot of the folks that worked on the Chaotic games still work at the same office. What happened is that eventually Konami took over. The production side of our office. So because there's two portions of for kids at the time. There's for kids productions and there's for kids entertainment. So what happened is when the company went bankrupt, all of the properties were all sold off, and then they kept the production side. Konami picked up the production side. Oh, Kari, yeah, I still work with him. I a lot of the comic books and stuff that I do currently are drawn by him and they're colored by me. So we still stay in touch after all these years. I think we've worked together for close to more than 10 years now. In 2009, when we all got let go. That's around the time when he was like, "Hey, I'm thinking of getting back into comics. You down? And I'm like, "Yeah, let's do this. Let's do some comics." So that's how we sort of stayed working together. Oh wow, what was that? I don't know what that was, but hey, I got a follow. Nice, thanks a lot. Jeez, I gotta do a new icon for that. I have a couple little fun little icons that I can throw up there. But thanks for the follow. Was that from YouTube? I gotta look at that again. One of these days, I'll post up some of my old, more of my chaotic production work. I haven't actually posted that stuff up in a while, though. If you go to my DeviantArt, it's linked in the about section on Twitch. Also, if you're on Twitter or anything you can just head over to my DeviantArt, and I have it all. I have a lot of it on there. Things that I've colored, things that I've drawn. One of the characters that I created was the character Targubaj. He's like the weapons master or something like that. And I thought it was pretty cool that they decided to include him as a card. Because I originally created the character Targubaj as he didn't have a name initially, but he was really supposed to be we did a tribute card to our friend Edwin Nebris, who unfortunately had a stroke while we were at the job. He's doing okay, but yeah, we put together a special card for him, and it was only available on conventions or something like that. So it's supposedly super rare. I think I have 3 of them. I can't remember. But yeah, we all the characters on we had so many characters drawn on that card, drawn on there. We had so many characters that were drawn on there that we couldn't actually fit it all onto one thing. So we just had it like the Friends of Ed. Yeah, it's actually on my Twitter. I think not my Twitter, but on my what do they call it? It's I have it on my blog. Jeez, I wonder how much. All right. My feed seems to be a little slow on the screen, but yeah, it seems okay. But from the chaotic card game, I still have what is it? I still have some old some production art from the second studio that did it. I have a couple of characters from that. I actually did some design work on the show. I redesigned, did some light redesigns of of some of the main characters for the series. When we went to our Korean studio. That's cool that a lot of the fans are keeping a lot of that stuff archived. I mean, I still have a lot of stuff that folks that probably had never seen before. I still have a lot of I think I still have a lot of the sets. I have some of the starter decks, and then I think I have a bunch of cards that I did. No, I mean, you're probably the only one that's really chatting right now anyways, so it's all good. I think my chat window's all screwy. I'm not sure how to remove all of that stuff. Seems like everything, all of my other stuff is all getting bumped down. All the chat stuff is getting all bumped down. I'm not sure why, but we'll see. I don't want to mess with this thing too much because I don't. It could be a little finicky. Some of the Rangers always have those little latches on the top of their heads there. I'm using Streamlabs. I think this. I'm not sure if it's Streamlabs. I know it's OBS, but I don't think it's Streamlabs. I don't know, but it seems to like yeah, maybe I need to set some sort of setting on the other end with Streamlabs to sort of so that it doesn't everything just doesn't get pushed up. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so everything seems to be working now. Okay, good. This is looking fine now. Sup, Pig Dan? How's it going? Just doing some streaming. You know, if you watched the show already, but I'm essentially working on something for Anime NYC. So hopefully I'll have it all ready and nipped up by the time we're ready to go. I think so. I don't think this piece is not. Let me show you what the whole piece looks like first of all. So this is what the piece looks like. And I'm just, doing up the face and everything. I think the face is looking pretty good. Still some things are bugging me about it. This neck sits a little higher, stuff like that. But yeah, that's pretty much the piece. And then I have a 3D model of the dragon Zord here. So to help me out when I'm about to go draw him. So right now I'm just gonna switch this back to blue again so you can see that. But I drew this thing years ago. Thanks, man. I try. Let's see. Bottom part is the part that always sort of gets me. Almost feel like it should be wider. Such a specific shape. It's almost like well, I mean, not many of you know about this, but it's also like how like one thing about like drawing certain shapes and stuff like that is that they can easily throw off the shape of the final. So a lot of times what we try to do, at least when we design things, is try to make the shapes a lot easier to reproduce by all different artists. But obviously this was just sort of designed by somebody who just and I heard that even the suits have different like the different armors, not the different armors, but the different helmets. There's also different versions of the helmet that look slightly different from each other. Like a stunt helmet from the show looks a little bit different than the actual hero helmets. Seemed like it was tiny. Oh, I'm sounding a bit low. I can put myself up a little more. Hello? How are we sounding now? How's that? All right, perfect. I don't want to blow your ears out or anything like that. But yeah, maybe I'm getting covered over by the music a little bit too much. Thanks, J More Ice, for the follow. You know, it's funny because I think that was a Twitch one, right? I can't tell. Oops. All right. Alert box. Did it delete all my alerts? Test subscriber. That's my subscriber thing. Test member. Is that? That's if you become a member. The super chat. I don't think we have super chat running, but I have it as this. And yeah, see, I don't know how to switch the follow version of that, but I have. I'd have to mess around with this a little bit more. Yeah, you'll be lurking in the darkness. Yeah, I don't know how to fix the follow thing. I mean, there's probably more things to change out, but I'll switch it out to something fun. Once I figure out how to do that. Piggy Dan says you should add sound clips of the Throwdown members saying iconic catchphrases. That would be fun. I mean, though, you know, one thing about doing that is now that you know, like, what if people just keep subbing and unsubbing just so they could hear you know, gotta have something from Adam. Gotta have something. seems too shallow. Just something's bugging me about it. Adjustment on this. Let's see if I can get this right. Distort, maybe puppet warp. Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah, all right. I can deal with this. You don't think the unfollow and follow thing works that way? All right. I believe you. All right. So now we turn off the ruler. And then now we're just going to start drawing the armor. This should be a lot easier to draw than the helmet. I feel like the helmet's a very specific sort of shape. One thing to know that's good to do is whenever you're drawing like a full body or drawing a specific suit or something, make sure you always draw through the character, so that you know how everything works. Because if you're just doing it off of, just what you're sort of basing it off of, sometimes it doesn't work right. Like you'll find that hands or body parts are off, especially when they're obscured by things. So just, take the time and draw the whole body doing the pose or something like that, and then work back from that. Ranger's arms are so skinny though, as I remember. edge to this. It goes. One cool thing about Streamlabs is when you log into it, like if you log into it on your OBS, you can actually pair it with OBS and it'll run a little. You can change the name of whatever your stream is. Surprisingly, I'm not sure exactly how Tony does it on his end, but it's a nice little feature. This picture, it's the Green Ranger and the Red Ranger. I wonder if they use the same mouth plates for all these. See, he's facing forward. That also gives you the nice shape of the helmet. Wonder if I should just flip it upward like that too. It's funny, I'm using the Red Ranger's helmet as to help try to get the shape of this, though their helmets are sort of different from each other. His is more rounded. Yeah, they were all the Ranger helmets were all hand done. They were not, there's no 3D printing or anything in that era. If anything, they just they run another sculpt of the helmet. But there's still, slight differences between them. It's kind of like what the Darth Vader's helmet is too. If the original Darth Vader helmet is slightly asymmetrical. And I think these helmets are also slightly asymmetrical too, to an extent. And that's the one thing about a lot of them. So yeah, there's again, if you run a mold of a helmet, you'll still get a slight differentiation between them. They'll never be absolutely perfect. Seems about right. keep saying that, and then I see something. Then I come back and see something wrong with it. Let's see what the whole piece looks like. So yeah, I think I said this before, but I have it set up so where I can actually hear the whatever, because OBS, I can hear whatever's playing in OBS, because usually you can't actually hear it, but you can set it up so like you can set it up so it actually does play through. What's up, cat? Eventually, I'm gonna start updating a lot of the graphics and stuff on my Twitch and Twitch and not Instagram, but my YouTube. But I haven't done that as of yet. I just wanted to get it all going to begin with, and then after that, come back in and fix it up. Right now, there's a bunch of temp graphics on here. it's almost refreshing to see someone in your position not blasting through line art completely effortlessly. Makes me worry less about how long I spend when I try to do my own. Well, that's. I mean, sometimes it just doesn't click right. Not everybody has a process and sort of has to go through things. Sometimes some things for me go a lot quicker than others, but this is something a little more technical, a little more, I don't draw Power Rangers and stuff all the time, so it's sort of finding it all out as I, figuring it out as I go along, despite me having a nice little sketch here, rough here. Some people just get to the solution a lot quicker than others. For me, it depends. See this cat?
He gets to the solution. He shows his belly because he wants to be petted. Yeah, man. Put lotion.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, I was washing dishes. My hands dry. Big chili.
Save. Granted, Clip Studio does automatically save for you, but saves like stuff in the background. But it's always good to have one. Let's see. Big Dan says I'm trying to practice and get into pixel art. I got a Sprite, a really cool program. I have my own illuminations as an artist with my disability, and I'm trying to find a more accessible medium. What's I mean, if you don't mind me asking, what is your disability? Emilio, oh, okay. Well, one thing about it is it's like, I would, I mean, I'm no doctor or anything, but I would say, just try not to. Remember, like, art doesn't need to. You don't need to get it all done in one sitting. You can just sort of space it out so where you don't, so when like when your symptoms do sort of show up, you're not spending too much time. Just like little stints here and there. It might help. Still don't have a decent art tablet. Hopefully you can finally. Yeah, tablets can be expensive. I'm not sure exactly what type of tablet you want to go for. I use a Cintiq, which is the one that you can actually see what you're drawing on the screen. But well, there's a lot of artists that just use the normal Wacom tablet, and those they're not usually that expensive. But that involves a little bit of hand-eye coordination, especially if you're not used to drawing, not looking at your work. It can be a little bit of a learning curve. But I mean, if you end up getting a Wacom, you don't actually need to buy the new ones. You can go with an older model, a 21-inch Wacom tablet. Also, is what I've been working on since forever, and it's dirt old, and it's also very cheap as far as Cintiqs go, and you can still find them on eBay right now for pretty good prices in the $500 to $300 range. Because a lot of artists are sort of a lot of people are upgrading their units and stuff like that, and if you get a good one, you'll be good to go. I mean, I've heard good things about the E-Mann tablets, but I've never used the one specifically before. It's too bad you can't just test them out and see how you like it, and if you don't, just return them. I mean, maybe you can do that? I don't know. Yeah, but I've never used the E-Mann tablets before. But I've heard some good things. I know a couple of people have had them and used them, but I've never used one before. Unfortunately. You saved about $1,000 and just happy with it. Nice. Yeah. Again, the Cintiqs in general are very expensive. At least the new ones. misspelled a little. Dino Buckler. Sword in general. There are some players that you can choose online that won't get you in copyright strike, by the way, for the background music. Yeah, I mean, I much rather, one thing about it is I much sort of rather just sort of be safe about it. And to be honest, it's also good advertising for my cousin's work. Why go copyright free music when I can literally use music that he's actually created? When we first started Throwdown, that was well, not first started, but when we did the second iteration of Throwdown, the one that came on the Coalition, we used his music for the first episode of the show before we had our current Throwdown, that one. Rachel at the time, and we were still in the process of talking it over with the chiptune artist. And he, once we finally got him in line, like I think the next episode, he did it quick too. Next episode, he had already something ready for us. And then we had him do an alternate version of the theme for the Throw Down Your Questions. I don't have them queued up. Other songs that Adam has done, but I could play his album on here. I think you can still buy it, but although as I remember, he's been trying to get it taken down or something. He had it on some sort of service and it just stayed there forever. And I think there was also some copyrighted music, copyrighted stuff that was in there. I think it's a sample that they called out. Somebody called out on it because it was a couple minutes longer than it should have been. There we go. Keep saying that, but yeah. Alrighty. I'm sure he would appreciate that, Big Dan. Currently I am going to be doing I'm mostly doing a few conventions. Right now it's last month I did NYCC, and this month I'm going to be doing Anime NYC at the end of the week in New York City. So I mean as far as the conventions are, I only really do like 2 or 3 per year. One in Chicago, which I'm not going to be doing C2E2 I didn't do C2E2 because C2E2 is literally coming up real soon. And I didn't want to do it so close to everything else. But under normal circumstances, my con schedule would be C2E2 at the beginning of the year, and then toward the end of the year is New York Comic Con, and then Anime NYC. But I haven't done any conventions outside of the East Coast and in the middle of the country. Like I haven't done San Diego Comic Con or anything like that. I would like to do San Diego Comic Con, but that show's quite, difficult to get into. They don't do pay tables there. Actually, tables at San Diego Comic Con are free for artists, but the one thing is that it's invite only, and if it's invite, and then it's also at the same time it's set for like if you've been invited, you can keep coming back and keep your table. So but what happens is, what you can do is you can put a substitute into your table. Like in other words, you still have the table, but you can have of like somebody take over for your table for 1 year. I know a couple of people have done that, where essentially they did a rollover table and kept their table, but had somebody else like take the table for that 1 year, rather than if he had to miss it or something. I'd love to visit Canada one day. I have a friend up in Canada, that I could hang out with and see if I can do one of the Canadian shows. I hear as far as the chaotic card game goes, there's a lot of Canadian fans. It's funny, Adam made this song, and then let's see, 53% is in the US, 42% in Canada, 5% in Brazil, and there are 3 big regions for the brand these days. Interesting. I'm surprised. There hasn't been any new content from it for a long time. Most of that stuff is all gone. I know that there's a couple. I know that what's his face is trying to resurrect it. I think he bought the property. Can't remember that guy's name. We didn't have a lot to do with him, at least on the creative side. He really didn't. He was mostly in charge of just getting the cards printed. Yeah, Brian Gannon. Yeah, him. I can say I've only met him once or twice. But in general, he was mostly in charge of essentially the printing of the cards. But all of the game design and all that stuff wasn't even done. He didn't do any of that stuff. That was all done by, guys on our side at the For Kids production area. The updated design for Chaotic was designed by Sam Murakami and a bunch of his team. And the art direction was mostly done by, originally I don't think we had, there wasn't a specific art director. It was just more of like commented by other people until eventually they sort of pulled in Jason Nevaez, who was also a former Turtles guy. So he ended up being the sort of art director. But originally there wasn't one specifically. But the one thing about it is that when Jason took over that job, he ended up keeping his position at 4Kids, and later on Konami Cross Digital for Konami Cross Media for a long time. When I went to work on Contra, he was still working there with a lot of former people who worked on Chaotic, and still working on Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff like that. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Trying to get this. Power Rangers fans will be like, "You got that wrong." Uh-oh. What be that? Ready for the beans? Why'd you spill your beans, Chauncey? Why'd you spill your beans? No, you didn't spill your beans? Why'd you spill your beans, Chauncey? He's minied. Sure, I'd love to do a Q&A on the game and stuff. That'd be fun. I'm just surprised how many people are still love that game. I mean, it goes with my my theory on things. Just you put anything out in the world, people will enjoy it. Doesn't matter how many people it is, but people will like it. It didn't do so well for our company. In fact, it pretty much bankrupt the company. But in the end, people still enjoyed it. I'd probably still be working there if Chaotic hadn't gone the way it did. Our turtle team was pretty versatile. We did all kinds of stuff, like art-related stuff at the studio. So, as far as developing other shows and all kinds of other things. it is what it is. Working there, at least for me, I ended up literally getting out of my college debt. I had all kinds of what do you call it? I had college, not intuition, but like loans and things that I'd taken out in college and stuff, and I literally cleared it out working there. And I only really worked there I was full time from 2006 to 9. And I think the second year I was there, or the first year there, I was able to clear out all of my debt. So it ended up being pretty good. You never want to be in your 40s and still be, there's still people that, granted, there are people right now that still have, are still paying off their college debts. But for me, I ended up being really lucky, having a decent job and having a low interest rate. Let's see how the stream is running. Going for an hour. Hey yo.
Hey, boo. Beans and nuts.
Wait, what happened to that? He's gonna have the dragon dagger in his hand in this thing. He has I think it's like a shadow sword. I can't remember the name of the sword that he had at one point. And then he's got to have his dragon dagger. That thing's oh, look at that. What did I do there?
Hey, boy.
Oh, well, looks like I gotta pull this up. Good thing I noticed that. I mean, I don't know. It's a sort of darkness. Yeah, I don't know what they called it. Can't remember what they called it, actually. But it looked cool. It was like this twisted looking sword. What's up, Goop?
There's a person in the Europe who specializes in tanning ranch foxes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just showing videos like, does it get a lot of good ones that he tan? That's nice. But then every once in a while they get a bad one.
Mm-hmm.
And like the hair starts to slope on it, and what they think happens is when you repeatedly like freeze and thaw a pelt.
Mm.
And I'm seeing the video, and the fur just comes off in clumps. And I'm like, oh no!
Hmm.
It's heartbreaking because it's like it's a nice pelt, and then the fur just comes off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, that is shit. Oh man.
Yep, these all Power Rangers poses are all wide leg poses. They're always all like, you know. Let's see. They're always like. They're always all wide leg poses. Easy, you know why they do that sort of stuff. It's mostly has to do with clear silhouettes. You know, it has to do with martial arts and stuff like that. When you have to have it's always about like, you know, especially in martial arts films, you always see them strike poses that always have clear, you know, clear silhouettes. You rarely see, at least in film, you rarely see, you rarely see, poses that are all closed up. Just sort of depending also depending on the style that's being done. It's like maybe boxing is probably a little more condensed, but in general most fighting positions, at least for show, are always open. Then I get to draw the Dragon Zord. I'm not gonna go too detailed on this. I'm gonna get it just enough. At least with the helmet, I wanted to get right, but like the rest of it, I'm kind of sort of. What are we doing here? What is this? Okay. I want to at least have it so that it's. I don't like to go too tight on my inks. On my sketches, excuse me, because I want to be able to have that openness of the actual. Sometimes it just my work doesn't look so great. Not that so great, but like not so. I don't want the ink drawing to look too traced. So what I'll tend to do is I'll do up everything pretty I'll do up everything to a point, and then I'll let the ink, when I ink it, be the final drawing. So it's looking cool. I mean, Ghostbusters. I mean, granted, I don't think I've seen the Power Rangers Ghostbusters crossover, but I'm sure it did happen because I think IDW does both of those comics. I did some work for IDW pretty recently. Stay tuned for what that will be. That's going to be interesting, fun stuff. Not exactly sure when it's going to come out, but when it gets announced, you'll definitely you'll definitely see me tweeting about it. Tomorrow tomorrow is Nubia and the Amazons that's coming out through DC, which I worked on. And I think Aquaman Beginning is coming out too, which me and Kari did covers for. Yeah, comics can be a little bit expensive. As someone in the industry, I think it should be a lot cheaper to buy comics than $4. As far as the printing goes, I don't know. It sort of depends on which version of it you get. I think the direct edition versions of the books, I think you get at the comic stores, or like this, they have a bit of a different cover, a different paper stock that they use on it. Whereas I think the regular editions sort of use like a step up from newsprint. So sometimes what happens is the ink saturates the pages too much, and you sort of get warped pages around. But a lot of that should be handled by the in-house graphics team, but I don't know how much of a graphics team is handling any of that sort of stuff, so sort of just at the whim of whatever comes out. Usually, the best of cases scenario is to get your comps in, or get in, dummy copies, so that you can look at the work that's being done, and then have the team, the in-house team essentially adjust the pages so that they're not oversaturating everything. Also, that's something that the colorist can do on their side too. But nobody ever says, "Hey, you need to desaturate this." But I guess it's sort of expected that you should know. But that's why I always like to get my comps from whenever I like to get my comps, comps from the studios I work at, because I like to be able to look at the work and see see how everything is printing, because no studio, the printing company, the printing presses are usually a little bit different. So sometimes I like to try to get a good feel as to what colors come out. I usually do some sort of, once the comp of the first issue comes out, then I'll make adjustments to my work on my end so that it looks better. Just got the deluxe edition of Sonic 30th book. One of the most slick things that come out from the Sonic series. I'm not sure what that is. I haven't seen it. Let's see. Just it's collectible one-off special that and a free comic book day story. It's well made. I'm impressed. I guess I can't remember who's doing the Sonic books these days. It says pricing of these comics is a big modern issue. Yeah, people are probably gonna get graphic novels way later, or get them in a library or something. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the problem with a lot of it is that they really need to go back to being disposable media again. But then again, a lot of these companies are also investing in services, comic services, like DC, whatever, DC Direct or any, I can't remember whatever they call them, which I think is an interesting solution. But I also that's assuming that people want to pay a monthly fee for comics, and usually the comics are a bit off. They're not right away. They don't come out right away they usually come out like maybe a month later. You get to read all the books that had just come out, because I think the comic industry is trying to have its cake and eat it, where they want to be able to still have the comic stores, which still makes them a lot of money off of floppies, but at the same time, Yeah, unfortunately, the problem with waiting is that doesn't actually help any of the books. Granted, the pricing ends up being a lot better, but at the same time, that doesn't help any of the books, because the floppies actually do pay for the team that create the books. So people not buying the single issues essentially kills a book. I've had plenty of times where people have essentially just not bought any of the issues, and our books just end up going. A lot of studios, though, have been investing in 6-issue arcs because they know that the graphic novel industry is a little bit has a little bit more heft to it. But yeah, a lot of times that's what's killing books these days, where like the single issues aren't hitting the same numbers as they did when they were at issue 1, so they eventually have to cancel the book. But there's some books that end up being so successful on their own, and they can continue to run. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for a lot of people. Nowadays, if you go to a store and you're buying comics at like $4 or $5 a pop, you can only really buy like 5 for $10 or something. So. Back in the day, you could buy way more for that amount. Imagine if comics were $1. For $1, you could literally buy 10 books. That's good. That's at least the way it was in the 90s. It was $1 book. You get $1 book, and you can get 10 books. But now you have to be really sort of frugal as to which ones you want to buy. To be honest, I just think that comics in general just need to go back to a lighter price. And you look at like iPhone games and stuff like that, they give you a lot more time to play for $1 than actual comics do. So what are you paying for? I mean, I guess you're obviously paying for the team, but if comics could be that competitive of a price, just $1, just like 99 cents a book, I think people would be would be more inclined to pick up the books because of their pricing. But at the same time, it's like something's got to give somewhere, because obviously to have that sort of price, that means you may have to end up paying the team not great. And I mean, that's a lot of books in the industry don't pay very well. Not enough for the team to be able to live off of what they make. So they end up having to take multiple jobs when they could just be staying on one. So it's sort of a double-edged sword when it comes to this stuff. At the one end, you have the idea where people obviously want to get paid for their time, and to be able to live off of what off of the industry that they've chosen to work in, but maybe that may not be enough. I think in general the comic industry has really just not been able to capture the eye of the young these days. You know, there's so many things jockeying for position of people's attention. You know, comics are just the sort of lesser of the view. People go to see those Marvel movies and, you know, DC films, but none of that stuff comes back to the actual books anyways. Yeah, man, I've never noticed a spike in any of the books that I've worked on at the time that these films were out. Because there's nowhere easy that you could go get a comic book. You can't just go to a local Walmart or just go to you know, any stores, because they don't have them at like local stores anymore. Got to make sure I stay. So if you see that little gray line there, I got to make sure I stay. Don't cut it too close, because that is my my trim. So that means that anything that goes past that point will probably get trimmed off, because I'm doing a full bleed. A full bleed is where it sort of goes all the way up to the end. Executives get paid way too much in the bigger game studios. I mean, yeah, they do get paid. They do get paid quite a bit. You know, you have guys like Bobby Kotick at the top there, essentially firing people and still getting a bonus. Supposedly taking taking, what do they call it? He supposedly took a pay cut, but yet and all they gave him a bonus. Like, what? How much money is enough? You know, that's why they say money isn't really in the art. It's more into the everything else. You being the guy that controls the artist is the point where you may actually make the money. Look at all the artists that have died poor because they wanted to create something. Not Pablo Picasso. Vincent van Gogh died poor. Literally, just got out of was committed into an insane asylum. Just sad, at the end of his life, right? Yet and all, years later, because of somebody, I think the wife of his brother essentially pushing his work, it eventually reached heights, huge heights. But if you think about it, Van Gogh could never, if he was ever to live at the time when his work had ever come in, he probably never could even afford in his lifetime to actually go to an art show of his own work. And how sad is that, right? He couldn't go to the, if he was making the same money amount of, if he could ever go, he could never go. He could never afford it. And that's sad. But that's the truth of a lot of artists. You essentially work until you're dry. There's nothing left. And, if you've managed in your lifetime to create something that was of worth, that at least can be, that you could at least make a little bit of money off of. But most don't. From every end, you will find that almost, not to sound all doom and gloom about all of this stuff, but from every end, you will find that people are looking to use you up until there's nothing left. Try to get a deal out of you, get a deal out of an artist. How many times I've seen so many times where people pay, have hired somebody and have never paid them for the work they've done. I've had situations where literally, people have, you sign contracts and you do all this stuff, and they're still not able to get you paid off on time. You wait months. I mean, it's part of the reason why I'm in the situation I am right now, because, early on, I mean, I was working a good job, but getting into comics initially when I did ended up being not such a great thing. The company I was working for barely paid they had good rates for the time, but they barely paid on time, literally leading me to dig into my savings, and then all of my money was gone because I was essentially waiting for them to keep paying me. And that's not the way you run a business, but you'll find a lot of the comic industry is like that. A bunch of people essentially trying to just essentially use the people that get this do this work, and they don't pony up when it comes to pay. A lot of people working their butts off doing this stuff, and they're not getting what they deserve. But what are you going to do about it? The main thing is you just sort of have to tell people, at the time what's going on, and just move on, because it's all they're going to do is just going to keep. One of two things is going to happen. You're going to get. One, it's going to be like, you walk off the job, and then they just get some other younger person to hang out, who doesn't know any better, to go jump in and get work, which is great for them, but they're also abusing themselves. They get that opportunity, but at the same time, it's like if they were smart, they would know not to take a no-win situation like a lot of this work in the industry tends to be. I think I mentioned this before, but when color e-ink became affordable e-reader tech, it would have some kind of impact. Very interesting. I mean, it might be. I've been looking into e-ink for a while. It does have a very naturalistic feel. Yeah, but officially, like, that's, you got to also understand that a lot of that stuff is, setting up partners and all that other stuff. That is all. That's already, if you've already had a previous sort of, if you've already earned a sort of reputation. Like for a guy like me, yeah, granted I do work in the industry, but I can't just walk into a sponsor and say, hey, yeah, give me some money. No, it doesn't work that way. You gotta first have that slice of the zeitgeist, as I always say on our podcast, and then that's when you can parlay that into an actual something. But otherwise, it's not like that, Main thing advertisers and partners are looking for is people, an install base that already is there to sort of to essentially have willing advertisements to people. But if you're just sort of, if you're sort of a person that just has a couple of, folks, that watch every so often, or you're not really consistent, that's not going to be in the cards. The main thing is you just like anything, you have to be able to, you have to have the previous reputation in order for people to sort of want to support you for the thing you do. And usually that means advertising, and advertising usually they want to take advantage of whatever your fan base is to advertise to, because people will watch or pay attention to ads and things that are from the people that they enjoy rather than just like usually when you see them on TV and stuff, most people just don't even, just tune any of that stuff out. But, when you have things like people using Skillshare and all those ones that people all know now because they're always the same ones. Loot Crate and Skillshare, and what's the other one? Manscape. I mean, in general, streaming, like the people that end up being more successful at streaming, that is the one thing that they do. They don't have their day job is to sit there and stream for people. That's the same thing with a lot of the artists that are on here. They stick to a consistent schedule, and they probably don't have a lot of a lot of jobs. So a lot of it can just be devoted to them actually doing artwork. A lot of people use Patreon to sort of as a subsidiary income, But again, that's also like a full-time job on its own too. Keeping your Patreon, updated with new artwork or doing new things for the people on your patrons. It's kind of difficult to balance a lot of that especially when you have full-time artwork. It's part of the reason why you don't see a lot of people in game artists doing any of that stuff, because their time is already taken up by them doing their job. That's always been the battle we've had with Throwdown, where we want to make things automatic, where essentially it's automated. A lot of the things are automated so that we don't need to sit there and babysit everything, because the minute you need to start babysitting this stuff, the more time it takes away from your actual day job. And you really can't have that happen, because that's the bread and butter, right? Podcasting in general is probably the easiest thing you can do, because all it is just talk, right? There's just also third on merch, but I have to sit down and design that stuff. Hopefully with my current schedule, I'll have a little more time to do that sort of stuff. Because I really want to do that, do that up for our show. Get a little bit of, get a little bit of cash flow going so that we can do more cool things for you guys out there. Yeah, I mean, we're looking into it. I got to sit down and just design. Hopefully I'll have a little, like I said, hopefully with the schedule allowing, and I can do a little bit more of that stuff and sit down there and just make fun stuff for you guys. Sword is huge. What's going on? What's going on, girl?
En route to USPS.
Oh, okay. They're using what's that thing? Who was it coming through before? FedEx?
UPS.
Huh?
UPS. Like they gave it to USPS.
Yeah, they do sometimes they do a handoff. Hopefully it gets to it's in New Jersey. Hopefully it gets delivered because $20 minutes. 20 minutes is all the time I have to play with you. No. 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 I know a groundhog attacked the former mayor of New York, or one of the mayors of New York.
Yeah, I remember that. That's funny.
He dropped the shit and he killed it.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they covered it up.
Probably wouldn't be the first time.
Well, he was like the temp groundhog, apparently.
He was a disposable one.
He was the temp groundhog because there was another one. There's two at least in New York State, there's like two like groundhogs that they always use, and there was another one they had, and that was the one that died. It wasn't the main one. Whoops. Yeah, I think it was de Blasio who dropped it. How long does it usually take to... It depends on the piece, to be honest. Sometimes it can take, sometimes it can take 6 hours, or it could take less than that. Just sort of depends on the work that needs to be done. I'm not in like a huge rush on this. Sort of just taking my time. But in general, yeah, it can be fully colored image could be about 6 hours or more or less. Just depends.
Don't you start. Man, they got whole graphic cards and
But so far, I'm doing pretty good, I would say. Though I do need to draw the dragon dagger in his hand. But I wanted to get this funky dark sword or whatever the hell sword this is. I'm done. There you go. Mm-hmm. Let's be a little thinner. I think that should be cool. Next part of this I got to do is his belt. But I'll save the belt for later. Though I don't need to go too detailed on it, you know, just enough. Because you got to realize the size of this piece is probably about this big. Well, not this big, but like when you see the full piece, it doesn't need to be that. It doesn't need to be. It needs to be detailed enough where you can see what it is, but not to the point where it's like you know, I call the nesting doll effect, the Russian doll effect, where essentially the closer and closer you get, the smaller, you know. Thirds. I always tend to do a lot of adjusting and stuff like that.
oh god,
There you go. That's looking pretty cool, right?
I remember that. What is
what?
Sad.
Oh, yes.
God.
That's the what do they call it? The werewolf, the video game. How long does it usually take to finish one of the pieces at that size? Oh my god! Yeah, I answered that. Yeah, it takes takes time. It can vary depending on the piece. Okay, I said that already. The piece is only 11 by 17, so it's not super huge. dur, dur, dur. I've always it says, do you work at 300 DPI for stuff like this, or are you able to get away with a lower one? I usually do it at about 400. I think this one might be 300. Let's do the check. Let's see. I think I did this at 300, but I'll check. Change. Now I gotta look how to do this. Totally forgot how to. Change resolution. So yeah, this one's 400. I usually work for, in general, 400 DPI is the 300 is the minimum, but 400 is probably the better resolution for printed media. You get a lot of nice detail off of it. Sometimes I work even over that. I'll work at like 600 DPI, but it just sort of depends on what I feel like. But yeah, the minimum is at least 3 or 4. The idea is that he's playing he's posing, and he's also calling the mighty Dragon Zord. The mighty Dragon Zord. Can do a little cheat here. Let's see. Symmetrical ruler. It's funny, a lot of my artist friends keep saying to me that I should do more streams. Hopefully it could do more these days. weird stuff going on here. Sometimes my eraser doesn't work. What's up, dear? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Oh, thanks for hanging out. It's always nice to have company when I'm doing this sort of stuff. Usually you're just sort of in your little cave. Okay. Says, well, if you don't mind a swarm of chaotic people, I could probably bring in a big crowd of to help incentivize doing more. That'd be cool. I mean, sure, if you want to bring some folks in here, to talk about some chaotics. I don't mind talking about it. And you can then you can update the Wikipedia with my knowledge. No, just fooling around. It's not like there's anything I know that isn't already known already. There might be a few things though. Couldn't tell you the crux of some of the where some of the ideas came from, as far as some of the cards came. But I could give you a little insight. If they don't mind me drawing Power Rangers. Excuse me. There we go. Sure, why not? I mean, if they want to drop by, drop them, drop by. It's all good. Okay, so the Dragon Dagger is pretty much done. I'll go in obviously and do it up a little bit better. I'll just get it close. Huh? Oh, dinner. Well, guys, I will be right back. I'm gonna throw up the old BRB, and I'll see you in a bit. Sup, folks? I am back. How's it going? Had my dinner, and I'm good to go. We'll see. Meanwhile, I'll continue drawing the Green Ranger. What do we got here? Ferric the Beaver, thanks a lot for the follow. I wish I could change that follow message. I don't know how to do that. I would like to put something happier there. General settings. Guys, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just messing with the with my tests here. Yeah, it doesn't give you the option to give you for the follow one. These are widgets. Oh well, I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how to switch out the follow noise on Twitch. I can switch out every other one of them, but for some reason that one doesn't seem to want to swap out. Once the widget is open and running, you buttons below to. Okay, so wait a minute. Does that mean I need to add more widgets? Yeah, not sure. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the follow. you may have overestimated the engagement the levels for 11 p.m. on a Monday.
I don't know why this app is shit.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is. There is quite a bit of time zones. It's not a perfect system. I see. All right. It'll figure itself out. It's interesting to see. I don't know exactly how many people are watching at once. It says one person might be watching, but I don't know. It could be malfunctioning. Yeah, view accounts always tend to be a little bit iffy. I always find out how more people are how many like especially when we're doing throwdown. I always see that it's always after the fact we get to see that there's a lot more people that were watching live. I think it also doesn't count people who are essentially watching Twitch without an account until later. I think you could watch Twitch without an actual account, as I remember. Oh, but Discord, cool. No, I mean we use Discord mostly to on our podcast for like just to run our our multiple talking people on the stream. But I don't know. I don't use it for mostly anything else. I mean, I have to look into it a little bit more. They're more savvy folks with that stuff than me. I hear you giggling there. You laughing at the evil of that Quake of that soundtrack?
Somebody responded and said, "When I die, I want to be burned to this music."
Okay. That. Oh, actually, no, let's not do that. Let's actually finish off this first and then come back in. Make sure that's all drawn up first before I pop that dagger on top of it. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's looking cool.
Manny, why are you here? Come on. Get back.
At least want to get to a point where I have where I get to get him done, get the Green Ranger all done up, and then at least have started on the sketch of the Dragon Zord in the back here. But I really want to get all this stuff right. I hear that grumbling.
Looking at my seat.
That's what kitties do best.
This evil sounding music. Darn. The app store. Oh.
So how we doing out there, folks? All quiet on the Western Front, I'm guessing.
Huh?
Nope.
Say something?
Uh-oh. Kari5431 has just followed. Thanks for the follow. What's up, kitty? No, I don't want you up here. Jossie, you've taught him the wrong thing. You want to know what you taught him? No, she can't hear me. Our kitties are too smart for their own good. How we doing there? Thank you for following. Just here drawing some Power Rangers. Or, well, the Green Ranger, not Power Rangers. I'm not drawing all those guys. I only draw the more popular Ranger. No, fair enough. I'm kidding. I think I said this before some of you guys have gotten in. This drawing was done. The original sketch for this drawing was done years ago. So I'll show you what that looked like. So this is the original sketch. And so I'm just sort of doing, fixing it up, getting it all cool looking. And then once I'm done, I'll start inking it and all. So I'm just really trying to get it to work. Nice. Thanks for stopping in. Trying to get this right. And once it's all good, then I can I think I'm quite happy with the way the helmet and everything looks. Wonder if I should have the boots go higher though. Seem a little low. Well, I also do have another photo of the Rangers. So I can see so let's see what the real Green Ranger looks like. Granted, this image is flipped backward. You know what? Seems like the boots are a bit thinner. Because it's not on Apple Music.
Well, why can't I can't even get the Aaliyah album. Get that on Apple Music because they won't let me go into their store. It's lame. Even though I'm paying these idiots, every month.
What's up, Mickey Zord? How's it going? Drawing some Power Rangers. Huh! Or Zyuranger. Zyuranger. Which tribe of the chaotic, which chaotic tribe was my favorite? Sort of liked all of them because I got to do stuff in all of them, all the different tribes. I mean, I guess, granted, like the one I fully created ended up being in the overworld section, like Targubaj, or he ended up being in the because he's like an animal, and those are the overworlder guys. But a lot of people like the underworlder guys because they sort of look like they kind of look like demons and things. I think that's where Takinam and Kaor is from. Yeah, we got to work on all, it just got to work on a lot of them. I really don't have any sort of favorite ones that I've sort of worked on. I'm just glad that I got to, some of the ones that I did get to do, I got to do. But one thing, whenever I would do any of my, whenever I would do some of the action cards, I would actually put a character that I designed in there. I actually designed quite a bit of characters, but a lot of them didn't get taken and get used. I think I might have posted an old character drawing, submission that I did for some of the characters, but I don't think they never really went with the ones that I had designed. I think I only designed really one or two, and then I worked on the series. Yeah, like some of the action cards. Like I think my first card was Wind Slash. Was one where it looks like a boulder's getting chopped in half with an air thing, like wind or something. Music, we didn't do very many of the music cards. A lot of those were all done by the graphics department. A lot of them were sort of they didn't need to be of anything sort of specific. Location cards, I did like the location cards. Those were fun. I did Doors of the Deep Mine. That's one I painted. And then I painted it was like Wind Tunnel, I think it might have been called. I don't know. It was a wind tunnel. And then there was, because I actually don't remember a lot of the names of the environment cards or location cards, but I know I did quite a bit of them. I got to do two connecting ones where I did one was at the top of this giant waterfall, and then I got to paint the underside of the waterfall because apparently it was a waterfall. Yeah, it's a storm tunnel. That's it. And then I did one where it was like a giant waterfall at the top of it, and then I got to paint the bottom part of it because apparently this waterfall goes all the way down into the underworld. I think that one might be posted on my DeviantArt. I can't remember. It's been a while since I looked at the chaotic cards that I have posted on there. Not sure if I even marked the section that I did with the chaotic cards, but I know it can be found in the, if you look into my professional work folder or section of DeviantArt, and I think if you go a few pages back, you should see a lot of the some of the chaotic cards that I posted on there. I didn't post. Oh man, I did post a lot, didn't I? Okay. There's a KOR one that's on here. The Marquin Captain. Heron. Zalvar, which is the first, the second version of Zalvar, and then there's Zalvar's Orb. Then there's Frafoda 3, and then Magmon, which was a double one. I think I worked on. I think I might have done that with Axer. There's Rodden, which was like a ghost-looking one. Then there's Remusa 2, which was him like slashing some snow, and then Chromax, which was a TV card. Ursus was, I think, also another TV card. I think, because we used to not only do cards for the set, but we also used to do, if there were new characters and stuff that were introduced. Sometimes we would do what are called on-air cards, which were ones that only really existed on air, and I think they rarely made it to actual cards. There's also Nom or Gnome, Irema, Suval, which is the underwater one. Then there's Infight, which was the Infight card. Yeah, quite a bit of. I have quite a bit of those on here. Yep, Magmon was by Adrian Barrios and me. But he did, I think it was a combination. Because a lot of the cards, sometimes, the artists, sometimes the painters did not, sometimes the freelance painters could not finish what they were, finish any sort of revisions, especially when they keep coming back. So what happens is a lot of times I'd end up updating cards that were, fixing cards that have already been painted by other artists. Smilodon, which is I think that was another on-air card that I did. Not sure how much of the. I think I did say some things. Yeah, Smilodon says you may first. So yeah, that's one of my first cards, but it was an on-air card. My first drawn cards, fully drawn cards. Yeah, I can see the chat. I just was looking up off for a second. Okay, let's see. It's cool getting to talk with one of the artists, though. I never really got to get into the game as a kid. By the time I got cards, it had already been gone. So you probably got it in like 2010 or later. It was already out of print, so I never knew who any of the artists who were. Yeah, I mean, one of the things is that we always used to try to put the artists' names on the sides of the cards. We tried to make sure that we had all, they always tried to make sure that they had all of our names on there, but sometimes, some of the cards would go through so many revisions that it would just be credited to the original artist or original painters or something. But there was a lot of cards that ended up having a lot of revisions. I think Maxor's gold armor, his armor had gone through so many like revisions. It was not like they were always constantly fixing. Like Maxor is probably the one that had the most revisions out of any of the characters, because he ended up being he was like the main one. Originally he was supposed, the idea was, the reason why he's got the hair that he's got is because one of the things is because obviously Dragon Ball Z was kind of popular at the time, and that's one of the reasons why they gave him that sort of like powered up Goku hair. But yeah, there's like they had changed his face so many times until they finally got to what they were happy with. But like I said, I think I said earlier in the stream, it wasn't really an art director early on, and it was just going through a lot of the producers and their ideas. So a lot of times they didn't know what they wanted, so it ended up going through a lot of revisions until we finally got our art director Jason Nevaez to sort of be the communicator and sort of like essentially give solidity to a lot of the work there. Because again, when you're dealing with a lot of cooks in the kitchen, which tends to happen a lot in TV production, people all have their opinions, when it really should just trust one person to be that voice of the property. Yes, the voice of Goku was the voice of Maxor. He was one of our sort of voice actors that was on a lot of different stuff. Sean Schimmel, he not only did Goku, but he also was the voice of a bunch of characters on TMNT, which is and then I think he did a couple of other shows too. They always tend to reuse the same voice actors for all of our content. So like if you listen hard enough, you could hear the voice of Raphael from Turtles. There's a lot of our turtle guys came from Yu-Gi-Oh. What's his face? But that's not to say we didn't have new voice actors for the Chaotic show. But they usually just go through the people that the people that they already know, and then they sort of work out from there. Yep, I worked on that show. That was my main job at 4Kids. I was a color designer and did a whole bunch of other stuff over on the Turtle show. So, but when the show was out of production, maybe he did. I can't remember. But yeah, a lot of the cards all went under a bunch of different revisions before they had gotten to print. I don't even know if I did try to keep as many of my original files as possible, but I don't know if I kept all the old revisions. I tried to keep at least try to keep the revision layers, just so that just to show, to see what how much things change I usually tend to keep my revision layers anyways, as separate layers or something. Oh, season one. Season one was all animated in Canada. Actually, we reason why that happened was because the higher ups saw how much it would cost to make a show in Flash, coupled with the Canadian government subsidy. Because for those of you who know, I'm sure those of you who are Canadian in the room would know this, but the Canadian government actually gives a subsidy to productions that are either made in Canada or have a certain amount of Canadian citizens on the staff. So when it came time to do the animated show, there was two. They were deciding on two different ways of doing it. One way was to farm it to Korea, which or do it with through Canada with the Canadian subsidy. But what happened was, the reason why the style, what happened was is that at the time Flash was kind of incapable of doing an action show, and us on the Turtles team told the people told them, like, hey, listen, you can't do an animated show with Flash because it can't really handle it. So what happens? They ended up spending more money on retakes and revisions on trying to fix the animation. So that's why for the second season, what we did was they did what we told them to do, is to go with the Korean studio. But the catch was, the Korean studio would handle all of the boarding and all of the designs and everything, and just have us have our studio comment and make changes, and we had like a board supervisor to sort of bump up any of the things that needed to be fixed. So yeah, but it ended up being that the show, being that we left a lot of the show to be mostly done in Korea, ended up being cheaper than it was to do the show in Canada, because they essentially got it right, pretty much off the bat. And then the other thing was that we also weren't hiring. We didn't have any additional staff, at least on the team, to sort of do we didn't like, usually what you have on an animated show is what you have is a sheet timer, right? A sheet timer is the person that essentially times out the whole episode, but that costs money. So what we did was we essentially cool, you can see the Twitch chat. Good. So yeah, it's on the right. So what it is like, you have what is called a sheet timer, and a sheet timer essentially times out a whole episode. But being that they were trying to save on budget on season 2 of the Chaotic, they decided to essentially let everything be handled by the Korean studio, and then the only thing that would be timed out would be the speech. So any of the talking would be all timed out, but all of the actual animation would be timed out by the animation studio, which ended up working out really well, because a lot of the show looked very nice and slick, especially at the action sequences. Word to the wise, let your animators handle a lot of their timing. A lot of times what happens whenever you're doing timing in the States is they always usually have guys that sheet timing is, if you're ever going to work in animation, sheet timing is probably one of the most important things you could ever have. It's actually a really sought after job, because so little people know how to do it properly, and also don't know how to. A lot of them don't know how to do it sheet timing to the frame rates of like what is like anime frame rates. So a lot of times on our turtle show, what we had is like our sheet timer was pretty much timing everything like a Disney cartoon, which was like, you know, which is like 2 frames per second or something like that. I can't remember. Anyway, everything came out slow because they weren't drawing enough frames. Yep, that's why the style changed. The style changed because they went to another animation studio who was handling all the work. But in the end, it ended up looking a lot better as far as the action goes. Because a lot of the limitations of the characters of the original show were because the show was actually animated in Flash. Or Adobe Animate as they call it now. No, I mean, they're not really a sleeper in the animation industry. They literally animate 90% of the things that you see on television. Every studio uses everybody uses Korean studios, whether it be even for finishers. Like you look at like yes, Avatar was animated in Korea as well. Again, most shows are animated in Korea. Like there's a very small amount of shows that are actually animated in the States, or you know, smaller things are usually animated in the States or in Canada. You know, again, Flash shows are usually animated in the States or in Canada. But for the most part, most action shows are all animated in Korea. Even stuff like Castlevania, which Castlevania does have a lot of their animation is actually done in the States, but a lot of their finishes and all that stuff is all farmed out to Korea. Your cousin went to school with the high school with the Red Ranger. That's fun. Austin St. John, I think his name is. What a coinky dink. That's cool. Weird. Okay. Why do you feel silly? Maybe I missed something? Good for now. I'm gonna duplicate these guys. Oh, okay. That's cool. Oh, yes, I did. least when I was young, there wasn't really much. There wasn't any 3D stuff. So I mean, a lot of it was just me drawing it on paper and stuff, and I still draw on paper from time to time. But at least a lot of the industry is sort of moved digital, so I end up working digital. But you'll find that a lot of people that do a lot of digital work end up being a little more undecisive, as the, because you can essentially edit something until until it's perfect. A lot of times you'll find people that just won't leave well enough alone when they will come from the do a lot of digital work. It's not always that way. Some people are just amazing. There you go. It's a relatively clean sketch. Alright, so let's draw us a Dragon Zord. I almost feel like his head's too big, but I think that's fine. Thanks. So yeah, you see my Dragon Zord waiting here. He's actually 3D. I found a 3D model online of it, so you can. Would I say they're about even? I don't know. Like as far as physical medium and digital, I feel like the one thing, the one positive that happens with physical media is you don't need to have a computer and electricity to do it. I mean, you work on it as much as you can. As far as digital, you can literally sculpt things until it looks utterly perfect. I mean, you can do the same thing with paper, but you'll have to continue to do it over. You'll have to continue to redraw it and redraw it. Like maybe me, it definitely becomes a bit of a crutch when you have the idea that you can literally infinitely change your drawing. Alex Raid says, "Hey, longtime chaotic fan here. The artwork is really what got me into chaotic. Do you have the card versions of the art that you worked on?" Yes, I do have a lot of them, actually. I do have quite a bit of them. Usually they give us at the end of the, once everything got printed up, they would actually just hand us a pack of the cards. And I just open them up and just look for mine. I still have a few of them. I'm not sure if they're opened. I know I think I rated quite a bit of them, but eventually I plan to get rid of a lot of those old cards that I had, and they're not doing much over here. Do I know how to play the chaotic game? No. I never actually played the game. Though I mean, again, like our card master, the guy who essentially designed the game, Sam Murakami, or what did they call him? Sam Shady. Yeah, he is the character that's Sam Shady in the show is actually Sam who designed the card game. His the way he designed it's based off of two parts. I think it was originally a card game, and that the company had essentially acquired, and then then Sam sort of reworked it with his team. I still talk to some of the guys. So I still talk to Sam, and I still talk to a lot of the other guys who designed helped design the card game. Definitely a lot to deal with, especially when it comes to designing stuff. Like, I can't imagine designing a card game itself. Like, at least designing the mechanics of it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Well, I mean, I've never been much for card games. I think the last card game that I played when I was young was the Werewolf the Apocalypse Rage game. That game was complicated. I did play Magic for a short stint when I was young, but I never was that into card games. But I did like card art, so I did collect a lot of cards just because the art was nice. For those of you who ever played the Werewolf the Apocalypse game. Also, a lot of the chaotic cards that were drawn by Kari Randolph, those were actually drawn on paper and painted digitally. So he had quite a bit of at the end of production. He had a lot of original pieces of original art. actually own some like a couple of Kari's originals. I took the character because he drew the character like so. Again, I designed the character Targubaj. But at the end of production, when we're clearing out all of our desks and stuff, he gave me the card art that he drew of the final character. So I designed him originally, and then they sort of had him essentially put him in the game and had Kari redraw him. Like I drew him from one card, like at least a few like cards, and then like action cards or stuff like that. And then he drew the final character card. So he gave me that when we left. I mean, it depends. I mean, to be honest, I hear they keep saying that I keep hearing rumblings that there might be a resurgence of the old game again, but I don't know if Ganon would go back to a lot of us who have actually worked on the show. Worked on the series. I think he probably just hired up a bunch of new guys. Or probably outsource it because it's probably cheaper to do it that way. We did have a couple of outsourced cards originally. We had a Japanese studio because originally before what they were going to do is they had the card, like there's a couple of cards that were done by a Japanese company that was hired to do it. But they found that it was really difficult to get revisions done, so they essentially went with freelancers from the States or English-speaking, You think about it. Dragonzord is essentially Mechagodzilla. What was my top 3 favorite of arts done for Chaotic? Well, I have to say doing the Nebris card was probably one of my favorites because we got to do a nice little tribute to our friend. Let's see what else. Also to say that Doors of the Deep Mine was a fun one to do. Very much Lord of the Rings inspired. sort of card. And the fun part of it is that it actually got put into the show, which is even funner. And it looks exactly the way I painted it, which is great. You notice the Dragon Zord seems to be taking me a lot easier time to do than the actual Green Ranger. As I say, one good thing about doing digitals is mirror ability. I only need to draw one side of it. I mean, granted, I could do this, free, do this on my own without having to do it, but without having to do the thing, but definitely speeds up the process of drawing something that's pretty much symmetrical. Granted, when I ink this, I'm not going to use the symmetrical ruler. I'm going to use, I'm essentially going to ink it off by hand without it, and then it'll give that nice bit of asymmetry that happens naturally when you draw something. Yeah, it definitely saves a lot of time, but one thing, a lot of people use this asymmetry, the symmetry ruler to sort of help them with this stuff, but at the same time, sometimes what happens is that when they use it in the ink process, things become too symmetrical. So just to help it not look so weird and symmetrical, at least what I try to do is I try to ink everything after fully when it's, so that it doesn't have that. Again, so it has that somewhat of an asymmetry to it. Lines aren't perfect. Also, I'm drawing a lot of this freehand. I probably would use a ruler, and that's probably what I'm also going to do when I get work on the final, but I really want to get the drawing out. And I'm pretty good at keeping my lines pretty straight. This is going to be hard. Sorry if I'm drawing too low on the image. No, this is, I'm going to be doing Anime NYC. So I wanted to do a new piece for the show. So I figured I'd draw something that I had. I planned to draw this before a while ago, but I really, the head on this really bugs me. What if I just shrink his head a little? know what? Doesn't look right. Thanks. I think I might be able to get it all finished off, but at least sketched up by today. I'll set him to another color or see-through. Okay. On this, I'll probably use a circle template or something to sort of help out with that. Again, I'm just trying to draw it all freehand. The Mighty Dragon Zord. See. Not sure what this symbol is on his chest though. Eventually I'm going to have to turn this thing sideways or something to sort of figure out how the legs work. I don't actually have any. I should get a couple of shots of the actual suit. Must have been crazy hard to move around in this funky suit that they made here. Okay. So let's see how much I need to draw. Oh, looks like I gotta draw a lot. Hehe. It's not exact, but it doesn't need to be full. Ah, thanks for the subscription. You are my first subscription. Thanks again. That is the first time I've seen that the subscription one. Still trying to figure out. Ah, thanks for the follow, Chaotic Game. I wish I knew how to change that icon. I would have turned that into something fun. But eventually I'll figure it out. Oops. Kari asks 5431 asks. Actually, I know you mentioned you have some cards. Do you recall how many of the cards you worked on the art for currently? You currently have. To be honest, I don't know. I ended up working again. Like the way our process tend to work on the show is that on the cards, is that sometimes I'd be working painting cards. Sometimes I'd be revising cards. And a lot of the cards that I revised also didn't get the revision, because what used to happen is that, especially if there was a hefty revision done, they would credit the additional revision artist as well. But the problem is, sometimes that never happens. So there's bunches of cards that I did work on that didn't get additional credit for. So we had a lot of cards that we had gone through. I think when I was working on the show, I averaged about 1 to 2 cards per day, in a full-time day. Yep, there's only limited amount of space on the card there, so sometimes we had so many names that they just couldn't fit them on there. That's what happened with the Nebris card. The Nebris card, it says the Friends of Ed, or and that's how we're all credited on there, because literally every single character on that cover is by somebody. For me, I actually painted that whole thing. The background is a reuse. Actually, it was a reuse of a drawing that was done by Ed's dad, because Edwin Nebris's father is Rudy Nebris. He's a famous comic artist, so they actually hired him to do a few cards for us for the game. I think the Underworld Coliseum is the one that was drawn by Ed's dad. So then what I did is, because we didn't have any background set up for the Nebris card, so I used Ed's dad's card as the backdrop for that card, for the Nebris card, and then I placed all the characters by hand, because each the only thing that was really drawn that was essentially planned out was where Nebris was in the two hands in the foreground. In the background, it was just meant to be filled up by a bunch of characters, each drawn by a different person. So I drew Targubaj on the right. He's like on the top right. I made sure, to be honest, I made it because I was painting the card and controlling the the composition of the card. I actually sort of made my character a little bit bigger than at least more recognizable, because that's what you can do. So yeah, I put mine in there, and then it was a bunch of us who worked on Turtles and stuff like that. The director of Turtles is who drew something in there. A guy named Chris Beaumont, who he also was quite a bit of part of the Chaotic show. His work is in there. Literally everybody who was on the team in there, and then Otis, who was a storyboard artist on Turtles, who also worked at MTV and stuff. So it was literally all of his buddies, all of his friends from the job that essentially contributed to the card. I think you probably have already seen it, but I did read a blog post about it years ago about it. It's on my E-Mann Land blog spot. If you look through there, you can find it. No, I didn't actually know that the Doors of the Deep Mine was going to be a big part of the show, to be honest. They never said it. When they were writing the scripts, they never really notified me or anything like that. I just wanted to make it the coolest looking spot I could possibly make it. So again, it was very much inspired by Lord of the Rings, the Mines of Moria. But no, I didn't know it was going to become anything. You sort of go through the cards. You give them the best job that you can, and you just sort of move on to the next one. So that's pretty much what was with that. I tried to make it look as cool as possible, and then moved on to the next one. I think I did the pillar too, of the Danian pillar. I think I did like 3 versions of it too. Targubaj? No, he's a reference to Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. I was reading Journey to the West at the time, and I just thought it would be fun to make a Sun Wukong, like I at least work one Sun Wukong or Monkey or Monkey King into a lot of my different works, because it's just a fun character and he's public domain. So yeah, You can make your own Sun Wukong if you want. So, but I didn't call him Sun Wukong. They called it. They came up with a name. I didn't come up with a name. Yeah. Well, I mean, he is. I mean, I do keep the same sort of aesthetics and stuff like that, but but yeah, no, it's not. It's not Targubaj on that one. That's just the Sun Wukong one. But yeah, I just have a lot of the. I can't hide the same design sense that I have. So he is I think the one I did, the Sun Wukong animation I did was more of. He had a bandana, and Targubaj has a headband, and his jacket he's got like a short jacket, like a vest with like an elaborate I don't know, like an elaborate, what do you call that, like textiles on it. I could get away with that with the actual drawing. But Targubaj's design is also, again, it was a reuse. It was sort of a reuse because originally I drew the character. Again, I designed a bunch of characters. They just gave us a bunch of descriptions of different things, and so Targubaj was originally going to be another character, the design, but then they didn't accept that design, so I just essentially upscaled it. It was actually a shorter ape character that I designed, sort of like Yoda sized. And what happened with him is that he was some support. I think he was an overworld magician or something like that. I can't remember what his name was going to be or is, so the final version of him. But he was. They rejected that design. So then what happened was I just redid it, reused the design for something else. I have no idea which one it was. I mean, I think I might have named it. It might be, again, I might have posted that let's see. I might have posted it on my DeviantArt. There was a whole line of them I had done. Let's see. Let me go for a second and look on my DeviantArt and see where it was. I think it might be in the design section. Oh yeah. His name is. It looks like it says Hun Moraquard. I'll toss this in the chat for you so you guys can look at that. There you go. Yeah, I even say it in the I even say it in the thing. So yeah, he's the original version of whatever he was what reused design. So my characters weren't accepted, but they eventually did make it into chaotic as other things, as action cards and stuff like that. See, now here comes the part that's going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened with that, where the characters sort of switched. I do know that they sort of, at some point, they did sort of change some of the characters around. But yeah, I'm not sure what happened on that one. But at least the one I designed was that's how he sort of looked. The order of business, I think, for a lot of the overworlder people characters was they were supposed to be more animals and things, but there are some ones that are sort of humanoid looking. What's sometimes what happens is also when these revisions sort of happen, a lot of times it's because the animation studio didn't get the right design. So there's a good chance that might have happened. It's common, especially since I told you, a lot of the cards were constantly going under a bunch of revisions. Sometimes the revisions didn't make it over to the animation studio. You'll find that some of the stuff doesn't match up. I'm not sure. I think also one thing I do remember, though, I think that they did say that the way they play the game is actually correct, unlike Yu-Gi-Oh. I think Sam tried to make sure that everything was as correct as it could be, but I don't know. Sam also was the localizer of the Yu-Gi-Oh! The Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise. He did a lot of the localization stuff on that. Tell you, a lot of multi-talented folks that worked on these things. We're all doing different. Again, I'm working on Ninja Turtles and then also painting chaotic cards. Yeah, that was one of the things that they tried to at least get right, with the way the game is played in the show is also the way it's played in, it actually plays in the real card game. Unlike Yu-Gi-Oh, where they sort of break their own rules for plot reasons. What's up, dear?
Look, he did.
Huh?
Look, he did.
He crazy.
He's got the X's over his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Old cartoons. I'm tired.
Okay, so I remember the Dragon Zord had Jossie, the Mighty Dragon Zord.
Mighty Dragon Zord. Well, this Mighty Dragon Zord is going to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Sure, Minnie is in the room. Minnie.
Yeah. Hold on for a sec, guys. I will be right back. I'll just put this up. All right. So, how's it going? Okay, look, I'm back again. Main thing, what I want to do is I want to get through drawing the Dragon Zord and then call it a night. Let's see what you guys said while I was away. Yes, a lot of the artwork tend to get swapped because a lot of times what happens is the graphics team didn't know in time, stuff like that. Yeah, that happened a lot. Yeah, a lot of times like the card art we used to get swapped out by mistake, and we've gone to air with them on there with the errors. Sometimes that can't be helped. A lot of times, when the animation studio is doing the animation, they would put the cards in or something, or they got an old version of the card art that didn't get replaced. So it's common. You got to think sometimes what happens with a lot of this stuff is that it's just, again, it's like animation takes a while to do. And again, we're revising cards all the damn time. So, a lot of times things just slip through the cracks and characters have the wrong colored hair, or sometimes the wrong the wrong card art gets used. Sometimes we would have cards for things that haven't been made into cards yet, and those were what we called on-air cards, which were cards that had abilities and things, but didn't actually exist physically as a card yet. But we did plan to make them into cards at some point. Sometimes the final card art would not match up. Sometimes we did a temp card that would be on air, and then the final card would be different. It's one of those things that just sort of happens when you're dealing with TV and stuff. Lots of errors and things that just sort of slip through the cracks, but you try to catch as many of them as possible, but unfortunately they don't all get caught, and then that's it. It ends up on air. One thing what we would try, I'm not sure if sometimes what would happen is that we would do a late retake. Essentially, when the show would be re-aired, we would do a fix that would be for any future syndication. So sometimes things would get fixed later on, even after it originally aired. That's something that happened on Turtles. And then Ninja Turtles, we would have there would be a change. There'd be a rolling change, and then we would just switch out the footage or whatever, and then any future airings of it or the DVD version would have the fixed up version. Didn't happen often though. A lot of times you just dealt with whatever was there. Yeah, for Power Rangers, it was on Fox back in the day. And then later on, it was bought by Disney. And then it switched back to Saban. And then after that, it sort of, just stayed from there. It went. Then it was bought by Hasbro. So currently, Hasbro has the rights to Power Rangers. Well, Disney let go of the rights to Power Rangers, and it was bought by Hasbro. Guess I messed up on the legs. Trying to get this right. Okay. Dragon Zord's arms don't. So they were always like that? I always thought the shoulder pads moved. Huh. Yeah, apparently the Dragon Zord can't lift his arms very high. He's got dinosaur arms, I guess. Let's look at what you guys are saying. Says a bit off topic. We've been on, but do you play video games at all? Yes, I do. I actually I am co-host of a podcast called Throwdown Show. If you see on the bottom, it should pop by in the scroll bar. Yep, there you go. Catch Throwdown every Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's me and a bunch of guys. Some guys from the industry. I used to work as a game journalist, or for a site called STV and Play. And the host of the show, Tony Polanco, is he's an industry guy who's is a game journalist. Currently works with a company called Tom's Guide, doing articles for them. So it's sort of like and the rest of our panel is built of fans, as well as just people we knew and family and stuff like that, sort of just talking about the current events in gaming. And then on every Sunday we have our question show, which is mostly talk about video games and stuff. So yeah, that's it. Though I don't actually get to play a lot of video games these days. Just the timing and stuff like that. I have a lot of work to do. This is the only time, recently I've had a little bit more time because of just certain things. But yeah. I do play games. Currently I'm playing the Guardians of the Galaxy game very slowly. That, as well as Near Replicant. I just haven't had the time to play anything, because I just have so much work that needs to get done. want to shrink this a little bit. I feel like that feels about right. I'm mostly drawing through on this. I'm probably going to cover a lot of it over with the smoke and stuff that I want to put into it. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I've been playing, slowly but surely. I just given into the fact that, I'm just not going to be able to play games like I used to when I was younger. But it's, I don't sweat it too much. I feel like the minute when things started getting busy as far as work and stuff like that, I wasn't able to essentially give in the time that is needed to play games. I know a lot of folks are get it pretty up in arms about game length and all that other jazz, but to be honest, I don't mind shorter games. I sort of miss shorter games because back in the day, games used to be only about 6 to 10 hours long, and you could beat that in 2 nights or a week. Now it's like everybody expects games to be 50 billion hours long and have what is it, after game time, and I don't that's not for me. I like to complete my games and then just one playthrough and that's it. I call it the one and done. Essentially just go in, do all the things that I really wanted to do in the game, and then sort of that's it. And if I get the platinum trophy or the final Xbox trophy in it, then that's okay. Starting to get a little sloppy looking, but that's okay. Again, we are not going to see a lot of this, most of the sketch. This is mostly just to give me an idea of what I want to do later, and then so what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw all this stuff in here. Then I'm going to draw an arm on top of it on another layer. Just clean this up slightly. Kari says, when I was a child, I was playing 80-hour games on PlayStation 2, but at the same time, I prefer RPGs, so IG hunt down those types of games. Yeah, you know, like I used to play those sorts of long games, you know, but I eventually, again, life got too busy for that. So, and I just couldn't devote myself to it. I think the last full-on RPG I played, you know, like long RPG, was probably Dragon Quest, and I sort of played, you know, Dragon Quest 8, and then after that I played Rogue Galaxy, and I sort of quit midway through that game. Just couldn't devote the time. So I mean, I did manage to buy Rogue Galaxy for PlayStation 2 and 4, but I haven't actually gone back to play that game yet. I'm sure it doesn't even accept my old saves, so I'd have to begin from scratch again. That was a level 5 RPG, like Dragon Quest 8 was. It's part of the reason why I played it. Getting rather late for me, so think I might head off. Are you still going to do still for a proper Q&A using the save as for a card? Is it dead? Yeah, I'm definitely up for a Q&A. Just sort of, you know, drop me a line, and we can see if we can figure out something. My Twitter, one of those things, my Twitter messages are open, so you can send me a Twitter message in the back, and we'll see if we can figure something out. Well, thanks for stopping by, man. the Yu-Gi-Oh games. I mean the actual card game or the what's that thing? The actual console games. Just checking some stuff on here that looks cool to me. Okay, so this is Dragon Zord. The next part of this is we're going to draw up the hands. It's going to be an interesting one. didn't have a lot of room to move his arms. I would think about it. We're gonna cheat this a little bit though. See what his hands look like in another angle. There you go. That'll help. Was fun, but I lost most of the games as the deck I made was unoptimized, and he knows a lot more about the game than I do. Oh, okay. Yeah, I sort of missed the boat on actual drawing actual card, not drawing, actually more, playing card games. I sort of like the idea of like RPGs and stuff like that, like, role playing, games like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that, but card games never really interested me that much. Except for the card art. So it was nice to sort of do fun, fun card art with the chaotic game. Dragonzord always had missile fingers. Mm-hmm. bit of a Dragonzord cheat I did here. Because I really want him to have his hands out like that. So, no one will be the wiser. Except for me. Go. Let's put some robo hands on there. If you think about it, like when it comes to the Power Rangers and it's all just a guy in a suit, and they did a lot of cheating as far as giving him the abilities and things that he couldn't probably do. Sometimes it removes some of the armor so that he can do certain things that the suit didn't allow him to do. So it's one thing that he can't do. All right, so. Duplicate of these. I like to keep my process, keep my duplicates. Now I'm just going to make another layer with a white layer. Oops, select inverse. Good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. All right. clouds. I think that'll be good for this, at least for now. Thanks a lot. Okay. Okay. There you go. so there you go. Get to see. I wonder if I should move the arms down on this dragon lord here. I think those work better. That's it. This is what my sketches, and that's the drawing. And so I will, continue to work on this another later. But that's about it. So I want to thank you guys for joining me for this session of Elo Arts or Draws or whatever I called it. So I hope to do this on like tomorrow if you guys are willing to come along with me on this ride. Same time, same around 8 o'clock I'll probably start up. All right, so thanks a lot, and make sure if you really like this video to hit that like button, subscribe, follow, do all those wonderful things if you really enjoyed my work here, and I hope to see you again. Thanks a lot, guys.